Probably because I don't have my mic in front of me. That could do it. Okay. Let's see if I've done this right. Yeah, I guess that could do it. Cool. All right. Where's that link? And that. All right. Excuse me. So, I'd like to start today's stream with a few things. One, of course, obviously, I'm tired. Why wouldn't I be? But big congratulations to Sean, or Jacksepticeye, for raising 6 million during the Thankmas event. My lip still is not fully healed from the last one, which is surprising. I desperately need a haircut. Oh god. Yeah. But we're still raising here. And we're gonna do hopefully 2-3 more streams before the end of the year, if able. But if you'd like to donate, link is in the top of the chat. It is pinned, it's pinned in the chat. It's in the top 3 lines of the description. Because this is going till the end of the year, so if you still want to get involved yourself or get someone you know, favorite creators involved, all the links you need are down there, along with the donate link. If you want to find out more about World Central Kitchen, that is also down below. But if you want to know, World Central Kitchen is an organization dedicated to making sure those affected by disaster, human or natural, are able to get a meal, because eating is a human right, and everyone should be able to have a meal and not be worried about it, especially after disaster. Now, normally this is where I'd play the video, and because I have some chips here I'd like to eat, I want to, but I'm not going to. We're gonna go ahead and hop on into the game. We're playing the Paynes Creek Killings, because we are. Emulate a certain degree of an experience investigating a murder case. You will need to search for the location carefully, find clues to proceed. Your observation deduction skills will uncover the hidden secrets. We recommend writing down notes, taking advantage of in-game camera. I knew I should have grabbed a notepad. I was also tempted to make like a little sticky note board outside of the... I might still do that and just put it up in the corner there.
Hey, Janet. So the chief has entrusted you with my assignment, hey? I hope it didn't interfere with your weekend plans. Anyway, he told me to call you and fill you in on it. You remember the murder that happened a few years back that was never solved? The one at Paynes Creek where the ex-mayor's wife was killed? Well, the property's being auctioned off soon, so we don't have much time to dig up anything that's relevant to the case. So, see what you can find. Hopefully it'll be something worth publishing. Anyway, take care. I'll see you on Monday. Bye.
Something felt weird. Saturday. Okay. I really feel like I should have notes. But we're gonna try and just put things together. I am gonna pull up a sticky note for myself. So I will just put this here for now. Because now I'm going to be curious. If I were to add a Windows source. No. No important information was there. No. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Alright. Well. It is what it is. Yes. Okay. Oh well. Okay, so I'll just have a sticky note that I'll reference. That's fine. Okay, what do we have? Who killed Vivian Roberts? I also should probably get this fan going, because I don't need it on full blast. Okay. So it's currently August 3rd of 99. In 95, Vivian Roberts, a successful businesswoman and wife to the former mayor, was murdered and dragged in front of her home. The case was never solved and the killer never found. It was rumored the private investigator was in Paynes Creek sometime later, but there was nothing more than that. So our DOD would be 95. It's a YOD, but still. Last week we received news that there are large swaths of Paynes Creek County that will be auctioned off soon. We would like to revisit the story and attempt to find the following. Who killed? What was the motive? What was the weapon? I'm just taking these down as notes, just in case there's nothing throughout that I can use to keep track of all this. Please submit your findings to the front page and a front page photograph for your story to be published. Okay. Look around, walk around. Use car. No. So the car just lets me leave. Population 0. I'm sorry, the sheriff's office is right here. Oh, is this the town? Something posted on the window. Cemetery Gate 1131. I still much prefer being able to place sticky notes and draw lines, but this is what we got. Okay, and we can run. Good to know. Okay. Loading screen. Oh, and I didn't mention it, but every $3 is a meal donated. Okay, that's the exit, so open. Lights on. Light switches don't work. Find another way to see better in the dark. Okay. So I need to find a flashlight. Oh, hey, a flashlight. F to store an inventory. L to toggle light. Oh boy. Okay, so now, okay, good. I do have that. Toggle light.
Hi, this is Steven. I just wanted to make sure the package was sent. Again, I'm currently at Anne's courtyard. Any extra info you have would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
So we have a Steven in Anne's courtyard. Okay. Locked. Classified. Dear Sheriff James Howard. Due to the decreasing population of Paynes Creek County over the recent years, we have decided to delegate manpower elsewhere. This letter is to inform you that you've been reassigned to Grand County starting May 14th of 98. Please report to our office before May 12th of 98. So, Sheriff James Howard reassigned May 12th through 14, 98. Okay, I apologize that you guys can't see this sticky note, but Richard O'Connell. Okay. Okay, cool. So I do get to keep some things. Good to know. Scott Brooks, Paynes Creek Trinity Church pastor's son, suspected for killing Vivian Roberts. Witnesses reported seeing suspect fleeing from the murder scene last night. The police apprehended Scott Brooks yesterday afternoon. He was residing at the Roberts hunting cabin by the trailhead, according to witnesses who at this time have wished to remain anonymous. He was coming home late July 19th around 11:50 when he saw Scott walking very quickly away from the mansion. Heading down Silver Lake, although Scott looked upset, the witness did not think it unusual until a few days later when he came across Vivian's article. Robert's murder, feeling uneasy about the whole situation, he called the police. Shortly after the call was made, the police arrived at Scott's cabin and questioned about where his whereabouts were the night of Vivian's death. Scott said he did meet her that night, but he had nothing to do with her death. Why am I so quiet? Scott was later brought down to the station for further questioning. Okay. So I can just get a better look at that later. Oh boy. Vivian Roberts' funeral was held this afternoon. Bennard the butler, Dorothy, the head servant Derek, the family chauffeur, and his mom Wanda, who was fighting cancer, attended. Vivian's husband Charles came with her. Daughter Teresa. Charles did not utter a word. He was very quiet. Most of the town came and paid respects at the funeral. Halfway through the ceremony, Teresa started to weep loudly. Dorothy brought her elsewhere. The crying died down and noticed that Dorothy looked tired. It must have been tough to take care of Teresa. She's been having multiple breakdowns. I can't blame her. With the loss of her mother and her boyfriend being accused as the killer, it must have taken a toll on her. I feel sorry for the entire family. September 6th. The town of Paynes Creek is quickly becoming a ghost town. The population has decreased drastically over the years. Ever since the deaths occurred, it seems more and more people are actively looking to leave this place. It's sad to see a once lively town become what it is now. It's been almost 6 months since Vivian was killed. Her death still bothers me. Why was she killed? What was the killer's motives? She was someone who had earned the love and respect of the community. No employee of her nor any citizen of Paynes Creek reaped the benefit of her passing. It doesn't make any sense. Paynes Creek Community Hospital has officially closed. The remaining patients have been allocated to other hospitals that will provide suitable services for them. To be honest, it's hard to watch them leave. I wonder if the day will come where I will be reassigned somewhere else. So this is the Sheriff's Journal. I got a trophy that says the James Howard's story. Ooh, a key. Okay, what if I found the key, though? I see. An old gate key. James Howard Sheriff Department. August 6th, 95. Vivian Roberts murder case report. This report is an update on what happened to Vivian Roberts. Scott Brooks, the only suspect in the murder case, was apprehended a few days after Vivian's body was found. According to our investigation, someone saw Scott around 11:30 p.m. near the woods north of the mansion. Two hunters were looking for more wood for their bonfire when they heard something. They witnessed Scott and Vivian arguing. However, they were too far to hear the content of the argument. 6 months prior to Vivian's death, Scott was fired from working in the mansion. She cited Scott for tardy work and rebellious behavior. She also prohibited Scott from visiting the mansion and meeting Teresa, who by then had a close relationship with Scott. We're currently investigating the case. Scott is our main suspect in Vivian's murder. Alright, so now I got a gate key, which presumably does not go to this. Ooh, this needs a code. Okay, let's come back. Let's come back. Moon Cafe. Lunch, dinner, $9.99. Special offers. Missing Paynes Creek PD, County of NL. Joshua S. Taylor, November 3rd. Date of birth, 79. Four Pebble Lane across the river in the playground. He was wearing his favorite blue jacket. He has a scar below his left eye. Vivian Roberts, successful businesswoman and wife of ex-mayor, found dead in front of her own home. Third death to strike Paynes Creek in less than a year. Vivian Roberts, the wife of the ex-mayor Charles Roberts, was found in front of her home at 1 Maple Drive, Paynes Creek, 7:15 a.m. Mary Martinez, the maid currently working in the mansion, was retrieving the morning paper when she saw Vivian's body. She immediately called 911. The Paynes Creek Sheriff James Howard arrived shortly, and the victim was pronounced dead. The time was estimated to be between 11 last night and 1 a.m. this morning. The body is currently at the coroner's office, awaiting for an autopsy. The people of Paynes Creek have started grieving for her. Candles and flowers are being placed by the gates front of the home where she was found. Vivian was indeed a person who many respected and adored. Excuse me. Her success in business, her loyalty to her family, and the love for the people of Paynes Creek were unsurpassed, and she will be missed. L. Duct tape. Okay, but I need a code. Story of Tonti? $95. Okay, let's have a poke around the rest of the station then. Can I unlock it? Guess not. Okay, so I need... Wait, can I open this? Doesn't seem like it. I want to get into his filing cabinet. So how many digits is this? This is 4 digits. We could try 95. Figures. Okay. Were there any codes in here? No. We could try the last day he was supposed to work, which was May 12th, May 14th. So, 05. That was a long shot. Okay. Maybe we need to come back to this. Let's go have ourselves a look in town. Let us begin our investigation more properly. Let us dive into Paynes Creek. Alright. We're now inside. I have a map. So, the Sheriff's Outpost, Mayor's Mansion, Hospital, Postal Service. Let's start with the Postal Service. So we're just having ourselves a bit of a poke around here. Okay. 20. Okay, I've already gotten myself lost. No, I didn't. Okay. So I said I wanted to start with the Postal Service. It's locked. It's locked. Cannot interact with that. Okay, I'm noticing a pattern of locked places. That's fine. It's 10 Tuesday nights. There's stuff in that car. Ooh. 1. Is there a name on that road? This is Anne's Courtyard Inn and Suites. Suites. Hello. Oh, another flashlight. So if I didn't get one in the sheriff's station? Okay, the music got ominous. Paynes Creek Community Hospital closes its doors after 60 years of service. Fund embezzlement suspected as key factor. Paynes Creek Community Hospital, one of the leaders in long-term rehabilitation for the elderly in Newland. Ah, so that's what an L is. Finally closes its doors after 60 years of service. Paynes Creek Community Hospital first opened its doors in 1936, serving as a humble abode to treat patients and provide boarding for those in need of prolonged treatment. Vivian Roberts, a successful businesswoman, saw the need to revamp the hospital in the early 70s, and she founded the Roberts Relief Foundation, with the main purpose to support the needs of the village and Paynes Creek. Starting with the hospital, by the early 80s, the population of the village and local areas had started to decline rapidly. Many young people who went to college did not return, and the number of seniors were quickly rising with the increased need. Paynes Creek Community Hospital marks the end of the service at 60 years. Here's the key that you requested. 7 Black Pine Road, Paynes Creek. We have a zip code from that one. I'm just gonna mark this down in case it comes up later. Paynes Creek. What was it, Newland? 28115. Alright, so we got a key. Sunday worship. The hooked end of a tool. This seems like it will probably allow me into that car out front. Reminder letters and documents go into the slot. Okay. Oh boy. Two 201, 202, 203, 202. Interesting. Okay. Don't know why I'm not leaving things open. A little town map. Did see some darts behind the counter. Old-fashioned way to listen to music. Okay, so I guess... there. Here's some of our usual customers you might want to memorize. Church, 46. Photo Lab, 5. Roberts Estate, the Morris House, and the Halls House. I'm gonna forget that, and I don't want to write it down. Let's do 201. Dear Stephen M., thank you for your rent payment as stated in the rental agreement. However, when payment is not received by 0404, you must pay the additional rent because of the late charge due, or because you did not qualify for the rent discount. The required additional amount was not included in the payment and therefore is due. Please provide the additional amount of $85. Once you bring credit and the balance to remove from the delinquent list, this amount must be paid within 7 days of this notice. What'd this key go to? What's with the note? What'd the note say? 7 Black Pine Road. So, we have a key for 7 on this road. So let's go find out what that is. Oh. Oh, hey, it's the post office. 30. Okay, let's find 7. Nine. Okay. $26. 20. 28. 13, 11, 12, 3, 2, 8, wait. No, there's no keyhole. 10, same thing, no keyhole. Oh wait, but here we go. Another 1. 5. 3. Locked gate. 16. 23. Okay, town center. 35. Pine Road. Anything here? No. I'm looking for a place that has a keyhole. So I guess we'll just wander this way and see. I think I just found the hospital. Yep. Okay. We have this. Stephen Morris? No. If Father Matthew forgets the key, place it under the flower pot next to the church. Okay. Flower pot next to the church. The key to what exactly? Up to the church. I feel like the hospital's quite big and time consuming. Okay, I don't know what that was about. So I've got a key for 7. I don't know exactly what 7 means because there's only 4 rooms in this place. We're gonna see if we can find the church though. Another car. Alright, here we are. 56. Oh, cool. There's a lot of flower pots. Oh. What's going on? Hold on. Must just be incredibly strong wind. And now I've got access to the church. Because I accidentally went to the hospital. Church will be closed for the funeral of Andrew Reed. Andrew Reed. Scott Brooks. I have to sneeze. Bible. Flashlight. Okay. I will stay in the cabin tonight. I don't need dinner, Scott. So far, I've not really seen much. That needs a key. That's an exit. As for why it would be shrouded in such creepy darkness, I knew. Okay. Father Matthew picked me up from the orphanage today. He said I'll be staying with him for now, and I can call him Dad if that's okay with me. On Monday, he'll bring me to sign something. He says after signing, my name is not just Scott, but Scott Brooks. I'm glad I now have a home. Father Matthew brought me to the attic today. There's so many wooden toys, and he made all of them himself. He asked me to choose one that I liked, and I chose a toy plane. It looked cool. He says he can teach me carpentry when I'm a bit older. He even made a secret space for me in my room so I can put my special treasures inside. I love Father Matthew. The older boys are always bullying me. They called me a bastard child and a weirdo. They said that's why my parents didn't want me. What does that even mean? Father Matthew says to be patient, but they throw stones at me. Father Matthew cleaned my wounds. It's painful. Father Matthew told me to forgive and forget. He said they don't know what they're doing. I like Father Matthew, but I hate the boys. Teresa defended me today. The boys walked away when she said Dad is going to catch them and put them in jail. I want to be like Teresa's father. I want to be the next Charles Roberts. That way no one will ever bully me. Derek is always there when Teresa invites me to play. He's 5 years older than me. He's like her bodyguard or something like that. He's really good He's really good at drawing. Ah! Reading this scribble is hard. He says he only gives drawings to friends. I wish I could draw like him. Maybe I can make a wooden toy car for his next birthday. And who does this belong to? Scott Brooks. That's right. May 3rd. So this plane was made on May 3rd of 85. Or there's at least dated May 3rd, 85. Plane. And when was... Yeah, so Scott Brooks is the accused. $95. Okay. Packing day, moving out, meeting Teresa, 1793. Okay. September 93. Packing. Second. Moving on the 4th. And meeting Teresa on the 17th. Oof. Okay. Final court appearance. Do I not have a camera? I don't... Hold on. Do I have a camera? Oh my god. That would have been helpful minutes ago. Okay. I think we've already put that one. No, we haven't. Scott Brooks, the adopted son of Father Matthew Brooks, Paynes Creek's Trinity Church, pled not guilty in court yesterday. According to Scott, he met with Vivian in the woods that night, but went home after their meeting, and did not step out of his cabin for days. When he left her, Vivian was still alive. When asked why he met with Vivian, Scott's answer was, he met to discuss about personal matters, and it was only between the two of them. Scott denied further questioning and stating only that he had nothing to do with Vivian's murder, that whoever killed Vivian must have committed the crime after he had left. As to why Scott was in the cabin for days after Vivian was killed, Scott explained he did not even know Vivian had been murdered. Staying in the cabin is just something he's always done, and he feels at ease when he's at home. Scott is currently detained in the county jail, and no bail has been set. Okay. Return tools back in the storage room. Okay, so we got a key. So, wait, I have his journal. That's right. 4685? Perhaps. 4 6 Really? Really? About 485. 06. About just 1885. Okay. Well, we clearly need more information. No. Ah, the confession booth. It's locked. It's got a little numeric code on it. Oh boy. They both that way? Yep. How about the center one? Can't open the door. Okay. Scott's things. Ah, yes, that's for the cars. Cool, so we're gonna be all over the place. Okay, well, let's head back to some cars. Hello? Right. Can I use this on it? No, of course not. Okay, so I need a small glove box key for the red car in front of the church. Which I suppose there's always a chance I missed it inside the church. But we have this car up here that we're going to check out now. To P.I. Steve Moss, March 13th, 97. I came across your name through a close friend of mine. She highly recommended you, saying you're a person of integrity and very reliable investigator, so I would like for you to investigate the case that happened here in 95. In a town called Paynes Creek, the murder of Vivian Roberts. I was there when it happened. The body was placed in front of the mansion gates and for everyone to see. A few days later, Scott Brooks was apprehended as suspect. However, there wasn't enough evidence, and he was soon released. 18 months later, the police filed Vivian's case as unsolved. I've tried to forget everything, but I can't. I just can't. I simply want to know the truth. I've enclosed a copy of the threat letter that Vivian received the day she died. I hope it helps. For safety purposes, I would like to remain anonymous at this time, and I will give you the first payment in good faith that you will agree to my offer. When the case is solved, I will pass you the rest of the payment. Sincerely, Anonymous. I know what you did. Meet me by the well at midnight. You know which one. Come alone. The investigation progress is slow. I've tried to reach people, but many have left Paints Creek, and those who still remain are starting to move out. I found some evidence showing things aren't what they seem. The media didn't have it right. I need to interview some people who worked in the mansion. I've been too wary and haven't reached out yet. Matthew seems to be Scott's legal parent. Still won't talk to him yet. I'll have to visit St. Patrick's orphanage tomorrow. It's a day's drive from here. I know Scott found something there, and something's not quite right with all of this. Vivian married Charles in '71. After the marriage, she became vice president to the Roberts Mining Company. She went into a slump after a mining accident in '73, but her resilience to not give up led her to rebuilding the company from the ground up. She supported local businesses such as Paints Creek Community Hospital to revitalize the small village. Looks like she was publicly very active too. She was taken to Paints Creek Community Hospital for an emergency operation in '74. Teresa Roberts was born just before that. Vivian was hospitalized for a few months, and she was reliant on Dr. Henry Johnson during that period. Security room. Mansion? Okay, so we got a code. The secret lies with her. Who are you? Private investigator. Union license. Stephen Moss. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Stephen, what happened? Something happened to Stephen. Did he get too close? Interesting. Okay, let's go back in here.
Hi, this is Oliver Gibson. I just wanted to thank you for letting me borrow your toolbox and shovel. I'm currently out of town for a few days, and I didn't get the chance to return it yet. In the case you need them, it's currently sitting in my photo lab. Ask Mrs. Patterson for my spare key.
So something happened to Stephen Moss after he got here. He arrived 3:21 and never checked out. Mrs. Patterson. Where's the photo lab? It's here. And that looks like something I should be able to unlock. But if you say so, I will have a deeper search. Okay, let's head up to this photo lab. Mrs. Patterson. 5. I see a building with a 7 on it. 20. 25. This is probably locked. Yeah, we need a key. 18. $17. 23. Hmm. 4, 5. 20. Okay. Miss Patterson. Like, I feel like we could have possibly heard that name before. Yeah, I guess it's possible. $13. 4. 4. Ooh, a 7. Oh, and it's got a key. Can I unlock you? No. Bam. Nope. Maybe we should head up. Head up to the mansion. Well, we can at least try, right? Yeah, of course it doesn't. Ew. I'm looking for the mansion. Ah, Maple, here we go. Okay, this brings us back down to town. Okay, let's check out the mansion now. Oh. Okay, here we are. It's the fountain. We'll also probably be looking for a well. Okay, let's start with outside, and then we'll head in. As to not overly convolute everything. Okay, that needs a key. What is this? It's got a padlock. It's some sort of storage room. Ooh, wait. I got a code from Stephen Moss's journal. 025241. Not enough. That's worth a shot. 025241. Okay. But it does not go to the room out back. Box of wine. Now, it's been a few years since the murder, so obviously we're not probably going to be finding evidence. So, like, the box of wine doesn't mean anything particularly. Okay, we're not going in yet. Another really big place to have to scour through. So let's finish our outside search. At least base search. I've not seen much. Can't jump. Alright. Well, that we're inside. We'll start on the ground floor. Jackson and Lewis. Okay, so we've got a bunch of trophies or accomplishments. Little wine room, can't get access to. Okay, kitchen. So far, not much. Oh, hello. A mansion room key. I'll take that. Shopping list for Teresa's birthday. 3 packs of balloons, candles, tablecloths, baking powder, eggs, and strawberries. From an inn. Anyone delivering food to the church on Saturdays, please lock all doors and return the key under the flower pot before leaving. Okay, so that just tells me another... Here's where the key is. It wasn't under a flower pot, though. Stephen Moss got too close. Dr. Henry Johnson found drowned in a vehicle at the bottom of Cherry Green Lake. Wait, Henry Johnson. Isn't that, Isn't that who the Stephen Moss said she was relying on at the hospital at one point or something? Body submerged in water for as long as 15 days. A burgundy car was found at the bottom of Cherry Creek Lake yesterday. A swimmer who chose to remain anonymous said he was diving in the lake when he saw what appeared to be a red car glittering at the bottom of the lake. He swam towards the vehicle and was shocked to see the body in the driver's seat. He quickly called the police. 3 hours later, the vehicle was pulled out of the lake and the body was identified as Dr. Henry Johnson. Based on the police report, the body had been in the water between 10 and 15 days. Paynes Creek Community Hospital confirmed that Dr. Johnson last checked in on the 28th, 95. The hospital staff assumed he had left Paynes Creek for business purposes, which Dr. Johnson was known to do rather privately and not report missing persons. So is that before or after? We'll get to piece things together very, very shortly. Oh. Mansion, floor 2 map, added. Scissors. Who's using scissors to cut duct tape? Oh. Okay, it was, 025241? No. What was that code again? 025241. Okay, so I need a different code there as well. Okay, up to floor 2. Light switches don't really seem to do much, do they? Mansion key doesn't work. Notes for Vivian's tea schedule. The time is 3:20 on the dot. Use a flower pattern cup for Mondays, gold cups for guests. Use half cup of milk and always leave sugar on the side. Never interrupt unless she calls for you. Okay, so that's like butler notes. Maid staff. It's locked. Sheet to count scores. Ah! We're in. Employee information, Bernard Hopkins. Date of birth, 44. 13 Silver Lake Boulevard. 874? Regular employee. Butler. Staff and house management, works 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Teresa's room. Annie room. Key room. Cool, so I got a bunch of keys from in here. Security desk log. 1944. Someone ran through the garden last night. A man about 5'5", wearing a hooded sweater. Climbed the fence onto the wall in the garden, and he proceeded to run through the backyard and jumped over the back wall. A new stack of VHS tapes have arrived. Please use new tapes instead of recording over existing ones. I came across a note by Magdalene Roberts, stuck between the old log books. It was requesting a search of a missing security tape dated June 28th, 75. Seems the tape was never found. So we're looking for a tape. June 28th, 75? We have a new security guard coming in today. His name is Samuel Green. Tom Parker will be his mentor to get him up to speed. Ooh. Weird text change there. Andrew came to the mansion around 11 p.m. He was drunk. Scott was called. He arrived around 11:15 and brought Andrew home. Today marks Tom Parker's 20th year since he started work at the mansion. He will be retiring from his position next month to take care of his ailing wife. There's a strange tale going on around Payne's Creek recently. Stephanie, a 6-year-old girl lost during Halloween, apparently she followed some fireflies into the woods and could not get back home. Her parents called the sheriff and they conducted a search but could not find her. 2 hours later, Stephanie got home safe and sound. When asked, she found her way back. Stephanie said a young lady found her, crying, and brought her back. She didn't know the lady's name or remember her being pretty or having long... But she remembered her being pretty, having long black hair. She was wearing a black dress, similar to what the mansion maids wear at work. The strange thing is, when I asked around, all the maids said they were working that evening. Interesting. Very interesting.
So this room just gives me keys. Okay, this was the nanny room. A Holy Bible.
Dear Charles, I have worked here for more than 20 years, and I'm glad I was able to spend the time here with everyone. I greatly appreciate the opportunities you've given me, and for the time I've spent with Teresa. Teresa was everything to me, and she loved me. She smiled. Whenever I called her, I wish I could give her more. Despite what happened here in Payne's Creek, there are moments of pure joy that we've all shared together, and I will hold on to those memories. I'm sorry that I'm leaving and won't be able to serve you anymore. Thank you for everything. Please take care of yourself. Sincerely, Dorothy. I can't believe that Andrew tried to kill himself again. Thank God for Scott. I can't imagine what would have happened if Scott wasn't there to save him. Andrew was never like this when Laura and Daniel were here. Even his wife. I doubt Laura has any idea Andrew turned out this way. I can't blame him for leaving and taking their son. I wonder if they've contacted the others since. I visited Andrew at the hospital today. He seemed different. He looked calm, as if he had somehow managed to find peace with himself. The attending nurse said Scott has been there almost every day, taking care of him and being with Andrew. Andrew told me he's ready to see Laura and Daniel again, and I'm glad to hear that. I should call Laura and tell her the good news. Scott came to fix my leaking sink today. He did a wonderful job and offered tea. We talked quite a bit, mostly about how Charles and Vivian. I showed him my old photo album. To my surprise, Scott became very quiet. He asked if he could borrow one of the photographs. I didn't see why not. He thanked and left in a hurry. I should call Laura and tell her about Andrew's situation. It's ironic that Andrew died shortly after being saved. I met Laura and Daniel at Andrew's funeral today. Daniel reminded me of Andrew, and I can't believe he's already 15 years old. Last I saw him, he was only 7. Laura and Andrew have been sending them money the last few years. She had been considering to return to Payne's Creek and they could be together again. If only I had called before the fire accident. I feel so sorry. Okay. Another diary. There's a newly hired maid named Sophia. I think Matthew recommended her, saying she's the cousin. Saying she's his cousin. She's very pretty and has good manners. She's a quick learner too and does whatever she's told to do. She's very eager, asking a lot of what she should do, how she should act when Charles and Vivian are present, and how to be perfect at her job. I like her already. The guys delivering food to the mansion were gawking at Sophia as if they've never seen a pretty girl before. I had to ask Sophia to go back into the house, otherwise someone might have funny ideas. Her uniform needs a little more cover. Matthew sometimes comes over and checks to see if Sophia's doing okay. I tell him he's worrying too much, that Sophia is loved by all. Matthew seems pleased. Every time I say this, if I didn't know better, I'd think Matthew liked her. It rained heavily today. Sophia and I were having tea in the break having a tea break when she asked me, "What does it feel like to be loved?" I said, "Well, love is a feeling you get when you're with your parents." She was quiet for a moment, then replied, "It's hard for me to imagine because I don't have parents." I didn't know what to say at that, but after the break was over, I decided to make an effort to care for her more. Okay, and that is the nanny rooms searched. So this is the attic. Tea room's on the other side of the stairs. Services room's over here. Okay. Okay, yeah, so then that's the attic. So let's head over to the tea room. Which I think was this key. Ah, yes, a single fork. So many notifications. Investigation on the hospital donation funds. Dear Miss Vivian Roberts, our latest investigation shows that Dr. Henry Johnson has been embezzling funds from the Roberts Relief Foundation. He's sending portioned amounts to an offshore private account in the name of Jefferson Investments LLC every 5th of the month to be the exact amount of $9,990 is being transferred, supposedly for payment of medical supplies and equipment. However, neither the equipment nor some medical supplies can be accounted for. This has been going on for the past 16 months. As of now, the total amount embezzled is nearly $160,000. Sincerely, Roland Brown. Ron. Yep. How does it feel to ruin the lives of many? It costed me my job. You heartless witch. You don't deserve to live. We'll take those with us. In the only fashion we know how. Pictures. That looks like a desk key. Vivian Roberts' diary. Charles is running for election. I talked to Wilson and Edwards, and they both agreed to support us. I don't think they're doing this to solely gain business benefits. Rather, they believe in Charles. Their support will help boost morale for our party. It's our anniversary today. Charles invited me to my favorite restaurant. It was a complete surprise, and I was so happy. I thought he might have forgotten. After dinner, we spent the rest of the evening walking to the beach. We talked as if we were teenagers in love. I could not remember the last time I felt this carefree. Magdalene is coming. What should I do? She's always asking when we'll be having kids. I don't think I'm ready. Not yet. I'm still recovering from the miscarriage. Edwards called today and tried to push me in favor of a business agreement that we discussed months ago. I rejected the request since it will breach the trust agreement between our companies. I didn't expect him to threaten me by backing out of supporting Charles. If that'll happen, so be it. I would rather lose his support than make deals with people with no integrity. Interesting. No integrity, you say? We can at least try this key. Yeah. Figures. Okay, and then this was Trisha's room. Is it Trisha? Teresa? I've been saying Teresa. No, I haven't. Have I? Now I don't know. Anyway, this is her room. The daughter. Okay. Requested all her books be brought to her room in the hospital. Good to know. Cabin key. Scott's a strange kid, very quiet. I don't think it's right for the other boys to bully him and call him names. I wonder why Scott's parents didn't want him. I don't like after-school programs, especially ballet. It's difficult and boring, and I hate proper etiquette. What's wrong with being myself? I don't need to be like my mom. I haven't seen Dad for a while. I wonder when he'll be back. Every time I enter the study room, I can smell his tobacco. It's a perfect reminder when he's gone for so long. I miss my dad. Mom's always working. She's so busy with other people that she has no time for me. Sometimes I wonder if Mom loves me. Maybe I should call Dorothy Mother instead. Ooh. Study room code 44871. Okay, let's go see if we can find the study real quick. Oh, it's down here? 4487. No, I missed this room. 44871. Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back. 44871. Oh, there's so much more down here. Four, 871. Where was that at? Ah. Okay. Now we're into the study. Okay. Vivian Roberts' medical report. Their date on this is 74. Vivian's situation is currently stabilizing. She has accepted the fact she cannot conceive anymore. However, she needs time to fully recover, and 6 months of rehabilitation is necessary. Your presence at the hospital has been noted to upset her. This only helps prolong the recovery. I am suggesting you try to refrain from visiting your wife until she is in a better state to receive you. Your mother's desire for a boy to be an heir in your family has caused tremendous strain on her. Please consider addressing this issue with your mother. Paynes Creek Community Hospital regards the patient as she recovers as the highest priority. Our staff will do everything to help Vivian. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause to you, Dr. Henry Johnson. 5. Two. Haven't seen a chessboard. But I will try to remember that. Wait, a knight and a pawn. Okay. Let me just make a note. Okay, an encyclopedia. Oh. Five. 2. Oh wait, that's not 2. I probably need more chess pieces. That could be a 7. Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna need more chess pieces. Okay, well since we missed a decent chunk on the first floor, why don't we have a look around now? I've been here for almost 3 months. Everyone treats me well. Most of the workers have been here for a long time, some as long as 30 years. Dorothy is probably the oldest maid here, and she's really nice and responsible for taking care of all the maids. She's always giving me snacks. The oldest worker is probably Bernard, the butler. He's so serious. I don't think I've ever seen him smile. Dorothy and Bernard don't talk much to each other. However, they are perfect when it comes to attending to Charles and Vivian's needs. I guess that's why they're in charge here. I noticed Charles and Vivian never together much, either. When they're both at home, they don't seem happy with what's going on. Vivian was passing by when I broke the vase. I must have been really nervous because I stood there for God knows how long. I thought she would scold me or even fire me. Instead, Vivian invited me to have tea with her. She asked about my parents and what I wanted to do in the future, and I told her I hoped I will own my own deli someday. She said I could do anything if I set my mind to it and work really hard. Like me, she used to be poor, now she's a successful businesswoman, and I hope to be like her someday. Wanda is sick. I've heard she has cancer, and it's been 2 months since I took over for her. For her son, Derek. For her. Her son Derek stays with her whenever he is not driving for Charles. I feel sorry for them. Luckily, Mr. Roberts helps with the financial needs. I pray she'll get well soon. Andrew shouted at me for walking on the grass, though I was sure I didn't step on it this time. He's always drunk anyways. Scott told me to ignore him, not sure how he could be so patient. Always taking care of Andrew and covering his workload. I would have assumed that Scott was Andrew's son if I had not known that Father Matthew adopted him years ago. He's so nice and talented, not to mention handsome. If only he wasn't taken. Interesting. And who did that belong to? Mary. On her duty today, clean out the attic, water the plants, book Miss Roberts' appointment, wash windows. Whoever M is apparently in charge of scheduling and planning. Okay, that is the laundry room. So now down this hallway. That's locked. Is there a key on this? Ah, this was the intricate door. The master bedroom. Makes sense. Virtually giving up on light switches. They do work, just not always. Andrew came and told me he didn't need an assistant. He said Scott's too inexperienced and is a burden to him. What he hasn't realized is that the garden has not been maintained well over the past few months and that his drunk behavior is irritating. Scott is actually doing more work than he is. Scott is a fast learner and he should speed up in no time. Charles was the one who insisted on hiring him anyway. Charles likes the boy. They've been hunting together a number of times, and Charles always seems happy with his company. I just don't understand his love for hunting. He sometimes spends more of his time hunting than he does at home. I was shocked to learn that Scott has been asking around for Sophia, about Sophia. How did he know about Sophia? Who could have told him? Must be Andrew, that drunk. I told him Sophia is gone. The hallucination of his is getting worse. He needs to see Henry and get more pills. I'll need to have Bernard keep an eye on Scott from now on. I'll try to see who he talks to. I called Oliver and asked if he could be the main photographer for the Easter fundraising event. When he asked what the funds will be used for, I told him it'll be used to raise awareness for Payne's Creek to promote our town's tourism. After learning, he agreed to help, and when he asked how much he would charge, he simply said it would be free. I was surprised. I appreciate his contribution for the town. The deal with Howard Medical came through, and I was just anticipated. Instead of being happy, I feel empty. I am getting numb from work. Or is it that I don't care anymore? I'm getting numb from reading. Oh! Our dinner tonight was quiet. Charles didn't need much. He asked about my day, but I didn't even talk about it. As a matter of fact, I didn't want to talk to him much these days. Teresa was silent. She was distancing herself from me. I can feel it. She used to confide in me about everything. Now we hardly talk. Is stopping her from seeing Scott wrong? I don't want Teresa to be near Scott anymore. Of all the men in the world, why would Teresa pick him? This is unacceptable. So why did you start disliking Scott? No way to open that. Okay, that goes up. Okay, this is some sort of art gallery. Oh boy. We went hunting this afternoon. Scott's quiet. A fast learner and has good manners too. I told him to call me Charles, but he kept saying it's more appropriate to call me Mr. Roberts. He almost got the deer on the second try. Teresa's been rather obvious in her interest. He's a good-looking young man and respectful to others. I don't mind his status. I cannot read this. It hurts my eyes. Ooh, today's his mom's death anniversary. It's been 18 years since she passed away. I paid my respects at her tombstone. Vivian wasn't feeling well. And... oh, today is mom's. And choose not come, so I asked Scott to accompany me. He brought fresh lilies and said lilies suggest that the soul of the deceased has returned to a peaceful state. Sometimes I feel he's like a son to me. Now that I think about it, Vivian's always getting sick during this time of the year. I knew our relationship would be as I knew our relationship would not be as close as it had, but ever since Vivian discovered my affair, she hasn't been the same. She once joked to her friends during a dinner that all politicians are alike, and as a politician's wife, she has learned to close one eye. Sometimes I feel sorry for her. I think it was because of Trisha, that she didn't leave me. She's a good wife and a good mother, and I am grateful for that. Cool, so that's Charles.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, Bernard. Got a rusty key. Seems to be all those up here. I forgot to return the servant's room key in time, so I left the key in the kitchen drawer. Sorry about that. I need to report Scott to Bernard. Its suspicious acts are getting out of hand. Today I saw him peeking into Mr. and Mrs. Roberts' room from the window. It's been told many times not to do this now. Okay, so Scott is suspicious. Good to know. Still not sure who in is. I was cleaning the tea room when I stumbled across a pile of letters full of negative comments addressed to her. Why on earth does she keep those letters? She, more than anybody in this town, doesn't deserve to be attacked by these faceless cowards. These people cannot see the positive impact she has made for this community. It's not her fault that business deals can't please everyone. I was cleaning the mansion attic today when I found Derek and Wanda's old stuff. I asked Derek about it, and he told me he used to live here with his mom until he was about 6 years old. We chatted for an hour, and I've never talked to him that much. Felt quite nice talking to him, rather relaxing. I had to interact with Bernard today. His left wrist was swollen pretty badly. When I asked what happened, he claimed he fell during a climb and twisted his left hand, so he can't help with writing the Easter invitations this year. I told him he only needs his right hand for writing. He looked at me as if I was joking. How could I have known he was left-handed? Dorothy asked me to help clean her house tomorrow. I didn't know she had her own place. I thought she lived with the Roberts family in the nanny's room. She said she hasn't used the house for the past few months, but needs to be taken care of every now and again, and she will be 60 this year. I think I should help her. P.S. The address is 40 Black Pine Road. Just make a note of that. Black Pine Road. Trisha and Vivian had an argument during dinner. Vivian is sending Trisha to college. Trisha wants to be with Scott. She's not thinking straight. I was about to clean the gallery when I noticed the door was already slightly open. I looked inside and saw Robert standing in front of the painting. Right before he left, I heard a faint click as he was leaving the gallery. I hid in the staircase, and was sure he was gone. I went into the gallery to see what was entranced by. It was just a painting of an old woman with a white headband. I wonder what's interesting about this lady. There'll be a grand party to celebrate Trisha's birthday this evening. She'll be 21. Trisha and Scott are meeting at the shed behind the mansion, called their secret hideout. I know Vivian doesn't want Trisha to be with Scott. Should I tell her? Dr. Johnson is dead. He was the head of the community hospital as well as Robert's family doctor. The police came by and asked Vivian who would be willing to go down to the station for another interview. I was nervous, but Vivian was very calm and accepted their request. She came back this evening and assured that everything was going to be okay. She had nothing to do with Dr. Johnson's death. His death was purely an accident. White headband. Why not? Go figure. Years later, Paint Creek still harbors the lives of the coal mine workers, despite the shock and pain. It was a tragedy that united everyone. 20 years ago, 6 members of the village, together with 13 others from the towns of Hillsdale and Old Creek, perished in one of the coal mines. Demolition programs. The coal mine belonged to the Roberts Mining Company. Vivian Roberts, who had just married into the Roberts family, started a fundraising event that raised $96,000, contributing $24,000 from her own company, and a total of $120,000 for compensated the 6 families. This is a very small sum compared to what those families lost, and no amount of money can replace their loved ones. Vivian told the press, What we can do, however, is provide them with whatever help they may need for those who have helped financially. The Roberts family thanks you. The words not only comforted those families. Okay. Wine services paid. Da Vinci. Okay. We're gonna run back down to the gallery. So we need a 6-digit code for that. Alright. Okay, back over to Trisha's room. Okay. Hmm. Maybe this takes us to the attic. No, of course it doesn't. Why would it? Okay. Did I get a number that would work back here? 4 digits. Hmm. Okay. Forget about this gate. It's a rusty key. Of course not. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Looking for any clues. Anything that gives any context. Oh, I'm blind. Go one. Okay, that was here. I can't unlock that. Well, we got the key for room 201, so I think we head back to town. This is the Paynes Creek killings. It is a true crime mystery game. Oh. Where's the cabin? Hunting grounds. Okay, so that's probably somewhere I can head to. $11.40. Okay. That wasn't very useful. That also wasn't very useful. Okay. God, my hair is going to drive me insane today. Okay, but we got the key for room 201. So let's start there and then we'll head to the campgrounds. Two 204, 203, 202, 201. Mr. Moss's room. Where is that? Okay, so these almost be from the church. Key. honestly can barely tell what's going on there. Steve Moss. Bernard Hopkins, 31 Silver Lake Boulevard, Paynes Creek. Father died in the mine accident. He was not home the day Vivian was killed. Interview with Dorothy, interview with Mary. Meeting with the sheriff at the outpost. He mentioned wanting to show me some files. Found one hidden panel on the inn's reception area. It's part of the counter. It's hard to pop open. The latch is placed at one of the corners, and there's something interesting stuff in there. Good to know. And one Bible. Okay, better just quickly rescan the area, make sure I didn't miss anything. Not seeing anything. Do I still have? I do not. Just turn that off for now. I don't see a latch. Right, that it was the inn, right? Bernard. No, I'm sorry. No. Moss. I found a hidden panel on the inn's reception area. Part of the counter. Hard to pop open. The latch is placed at one of the corners. Maybe it's not on the inside. Oops. Is it you? A latch. I'm not seeing any latches. Nothing, especially nothing that says interact with me. Ooh. That looked weird. Because we're in the inn. The Inn and Suites. That is exactly where we are. Ooh. I'm completely blind for missing those before. Figures. Okay. We'll come back to this. Let's come back to the reception thing. start down here. Anything of interest? Bible, nothing to it. Nothing on the end table, can't get in there. Lost cap. That was an achievement. On spam. Another Bible, but otherwise nothing else to see or grab in here. Roll. Expecting one of these to have something written, or like a secret compartment. Okay. One more time, I'll check through the cabinetry corners. Yeah, there's like nothing there. Unless it's like this one. Alright, let's head back to the church, actually. Like, there's blood on his glove box. Which is strange. Double checking. Can we even unlock that one? No. No, we cannot. Okay, there's a fountain. Could that have been behind the hospital? The on the roof? So he's got a picture of... Why? Why does he have a picture of this? Yeah, that is specifically this one, because of that.
What was the bottom of this plane? $5,385, maybe? Not worth a shot. 5,385. I've not been picking up on a lot of clues for codes. I'm not sure if I just haven't seen them, if I'm not picking up on them. Mansion worker Andrew Reed, charred body found in his burnt home. Last night a fire broke out on 7 Black Pine Road. I have a key for that. Owner of the house was found deceased with 3rd-degree burns from head to toe, seated on the couch in the living room next to the fireplace when the fire likely started. Cause of fire has not been determined. According to a possible witness, Andrew was seen drunk the night leaving Anne's courtyard in Suites. Police found bottles of empty vodka in the living room next to the fireplace. Okay. Saved. Okay. Black Pine Road. What is 7 Black Pine Road? My equipment will get wet. Oh, cabin. Oh, hey, a well. Interesting. Get firewood, spare cabin key, fix the sink, visit Andrew, check the hospital for missing tools. Well, luckily we already have the key, so we can just go in. Okay, that needs a key. Probably a good thing. Okay. Another key. Today was Valentine's Day and I wanted to spend it with Teresa, but Charles invited me to go hunting. I was nervous, not because it's my first time hunting, but because it's with her dad. It turned out that I actually enjoyed being with him. I feel comfortable talking to him. I don't get it. Why would Father Matthew forbid me to be with Teresa? Is it because I am not rich, or is it because I am an orphan? He didn't explain anything to me. Maybe he doesn't love me anymore. Is he an orphan? And like, they're siblings? Like, if Vivian couldn't conceive, and they adopted a daughter and or an affair, is that possible? That they adopted her and she is the sister to Scott? We quarreled again today. I couldn't stand Father Matthew's preaching attitude, so I yelled back at him. I know I shouldn't have done that, but I was so frustrated. Father Matthew said I'm not an orphan. What does that mean? Does he know who my parents are? I pressed him to keep talking, but he wouldn't tell me anything after that. I need to know more. These past weeks have become more difficult for me to talk to Father Matthew. Whenever we speak, he addresses only church stuff. I realize that I'm starting to avoid Father Matthew. Whenever he asks how my days, I don't feel like answering. When I ask about my past, he always tries to change the subject. I moved out of the church. Father Matthew did not object, although he looked a bit sad. Mr. Roberts was kind enough to let me stay in his cabin. I'm willing to work for him as an assistant gardener. That way the mansion garden can still be well maintained, even though Andrew cannot make it. It's been a month since Charles gave me the cabin to stay. I still don't know where to start my investigation. Andrew's been drinking. Bernard asked me to bring him home today. Whenever he's drunk, he accuses himself, saying that he's a sinner. Sometimes he would mutter names that I've never heard of. All the names, I think they're organized. I think the only one I recognized was Madeline. I just can't remember where I heard that name before. I returned to the orphanage. I just returned from the orphanage and found out that Father Calvin, who brought me there, the record sheet stated that I was from Payne's Creek. How? I was born in Payne's Creek? There must be records of me in the hospital, but I've checked. There's none. I broke into Father Matthew's bedroom today. I should have done that, but he might have had something that could tell me about my parents. Didn't have anything relevant. Andrew's drunk again. This is the 5th time I've had to bring him home, cover his shift. It's getting annoying. I laid him down on the bed and muttered repeatedly, "I'm so sorry, Sophia." Who's Sophia? Okay, well, I assume we now have a key for Father Matthew's room. Chest box. Chest box? chest box. Okay. Chest box. Chest box. Like this place doesn't look burnt. But I don't know if that's the 7 I'm looking for. I don't know. I'll find the 7 at some point, I'm sure. But for now, let's head back this way. Do I want to go to the church? Yeah, let's go to the church first. The way of getting around for the size of the map is a little annoying. It's not the worst, but it's a bit tedious. Because chest box could be the thing in Trisha's closet. Okay. Dear Diary. A few months have passed since I've arrived here. The missionary trip was harder than I expected, and there's no clean water, food lacks nutrients, and there aren't enough medicine. We have requested help from WHO, but haven't received any reply. I feel frustrated. What can I do? When Father Calvin first sent me here, he asked if I'd be willing to stay 6 months. It would be a good training for me, he said. I agreed, and that was before I came. 6 months have passed, and I think I'll extend this for another 6 months. The people here need as much help as they can get. I'm not a doctor, but I can help them through support and prayer. I will let Father Calvin know about my decision. Time flies. Can't believe I'll be going home tomorrow. I'll miss the people here. At the same time, I can't wait to get back to my home and meet everyone again. Father Calvin summoned me this morning and told me that Sophia had left Payne's Creek. How can that be? The last time we wrote, she told me she had so many things to share with me when I got back. Was she forced? Is she hiding something? I just cannot believe that Sophia left without telling me anything. Something must have happened to her. It's been 6 months since Sophia left Payne Creek. I've asked everyone around. No one seemed to know where she went. Father Calvin told me to let it go. He's right. I should not dwell on matters of the heart. There are no more important things in life. There are more important things in life that need I focus on. I need to focus on. If Sophia and I are meant to meet again, God will let me know. It's time to move on with my life. Is this Matthew? Yes. O'Malley's Associates Attorneys at Law. Dear Mr. Brooks, we have evaluated your case and we accept your request to represent your son, Scott Brooks, in court. We're in the process of drafting an appeal for his release. Considering the sensitivity of the situation, we urge you not to make any public statements until consulting with us. Additionally, we would like copies of any government documents related in any way to your son, medical records, transaction receipts, travel documents, previous criminal charges, etc. The more we have, the better we can help your son's case. We will be in contact in the next few days. Sincerely, Brendan O'Malley. Check for a dealership. Scott's lawyer. Check from a car dealership. Second payment to Scott's lawyer. I had always wanted to be adopted, but I guess heaven had something else in store for me. Instead of being taken in by a family, I came to Paynes Creek Trinity Church. To be honest, I would prefer to have a real family with people whom I can call mom and dad, but Father Calvin said God has other plans for my future, and in time I will come to realize. The Roberts family is looking for a new maid. I told Miss Roberts that a relative of mine would fit the position really well. I know I shouldn't lie, but I want Sophia to be here in Paynes Creek. Father Calvin always said we have to help those who are in need. Sophia is in need, and I am sure she'll be glad to have this job. Since starting the job at the mansion, Sophia has settled in nicely. Whenever she has time off, we've been exploring Paynes Creek together. I have so much to show her. Just like the orphanage days, and I am extremely comfortable being with her. Today was Sophia's day off. We ate at the Moon Cafe again. Can't seem to get enough of this place. The food is delicious and the atmosphere is relaxing. The coffee tastes great. Maybe it's because Sophia's company, but still. I love to hang out here. This is definitely one of my favorite places in Paynes Creek, followed closely by the church and the Little Big Books. Exit to where? Little Big Books. I now have a key labeled chest box. So I think I want to run back to the mansion. And see if the key goes to that. Because if the key goes to that box, then I can just put a little bow on the box in that room. I still haven't gotten any codes. Like I feel like codes would be dates and speculative things like that, but I just so. Why does it feel like I'm not running anymore? Wait. There's a chest in the church. Back to the church? Oh wait. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just tired. Also, Didn't I read something? And I can't even remember it. I had a thought. Something that would seemingly be from Scott to Vivian about meat at the well. You know the one. What was that? At the very least, I do know that I did read that. I just don't know where I read that. I probably have a note of it. Right, those need codes. Key to basement. Level. Oh boy. Dear Scott, I am Sister Rachel. Although I wasn't here when you last came, I hope you remember me. I was your nursing mother after you arrived those years ago. I understand you came here earlier to find out how you came to be at St. Patrick's Orphanage. On July 4th, 75, Father Calvin came to us holding a basket with you in it and said that you had lost your parents and there's no one to take care of you. He told us your name was Scott. After he left, Sister Emma asked if I would be willing to take care of a baby. At first I hesitated because it was a huge responsibility, but when I saw your face so full of innocence and curiosity, I felt as if God himself had delivered you to me. I accepted the task. When you were 10, Father Matthew came to see you. He had just become the head priest of Paynes Creek Trinity Church, and he visited often, usually at the beginning of the month. Whenever he left, he would leave an envelope containing a small sum of money. He said it was for everything you needed, and that whatever was left was to be given to the orphanage. I'd be lying to say I wasn't sad when you left the orphanage, but when Father Matthew adopted you, I believed that your life would be better in Paynes Creek than here. I dearly hope it is so. Everything enclosed in the package used to be yours. I think you should have these. May God bless you, Sister Rachel Davis. A blanket with a moon and stars? I asked Andrew about Sophia. First, he freaked out, saying that I shouldn't go around speaking that name. Then he said he never heard that name in his life. Is he hiding something? Why would he lie about Sophia? This makes me want to know who Sophia is even more. I asked Wanda if she knew anything about Sophia. She said Sophia used to work as a maid in the mansion for a few years until she was let go. When asked, Wanda said she didn't know. However, she thought that Sophia was a manipulative woman that would do anything to get what she wanted. Wanda resented that. I met Derek today and asked if he knew anyone by the name of Sophia. Apparently, he's not on speaking terms with me. I wonder if it has anything to do with Trisha. During today's lunch break, I asked Bernard if he knew about Sophia. He was surprised that I knew the name, but proceeded to say that he did not know her that well. Somehow I feel uncomfortable whenever I talk with Bernard. His cold gaze gives me the shivers. I met Dorothy while tending to the garden. I asked her about Sophia, and she looked confused. She was curious as to where I heard that name, and I told her it came from Andrew. She kindly explained that Sophia was a close friend of hers, and Sophia first came to work for the Robert family. Unfortunately, she had an affair with Charles. When Vivian was hospitalized shortly after, she left Paynes Creek. No one has heard of her since. Dorothy thinks that Sophia probably started a new life in another place. I wonder if the affair was the reason everyone's so quiet about it. Could be. Alright. I've got a basement key. Okay. Don't know what that sound was, didn't really like it. But this isn't that kind of game, it's not horror spooky. So I should have nothing to worry about. Oh gosh. Basement key. I don't remember there being any sort of basement. House entrance key. Now we're heading to the hospital, but I'm just gonna have a search on the way. $34, $36, $40. Pretty sure I already tried the key here, but just in case. Why can't I use this key here? Oh, there we go. That's what I thought. $36, $34, $32, $18. $11, $12, $10, $2, $8. Wait, what? I know I've seen this before, but 2, 8, 10, 3, 5. Ah, burnt house. We finally got in here. I've only had that key since we've started this. So, about time. Lights working here? Probably not. Can't say I would have expected them to. Okay, so this is Andrew's house. Okay. Doesn't seem to be anything in there. Can't open that one. Store's jammed. Oh no, it's not. Just couldn't click on it yet. Alcohol. Dear Daniel, have you been, my son? It's been a while since I last wrote to you. I'm getting much better now. Dr. Johnson has assured that I am recovering well. I'm now working full-time at the mansion. The hallucinations are gone, and there are just more checkups to do, and I'll be done with this rehab. How's Mom doing? Is she still working at that restaurant? I hope she spends enough time with you. I don't blame her for leaving, and I wish I could be there for you. I'm sorry things turned out this way. Please forgive me. I've been saving money, and I plan to...
Oh.
Well, see, now how am I supposed to feel bad for you when you got a satanic ritual going on upstairs? Take one pill every morning with water. Henry Johnson. For us. Well, I'm glad I had the key for that. Okay, now I think we head to the hospital. I don't think I've gotten Bernard's address. No. No, I haven't gotten it yet. Okay. That looks like it's around the back of the church. Oh. Or maybe it's here. Oh boy. Okay. Well, into the church then. Or, not, sorry, not church. Hospital. Okay, that takes us upstairs. We're gonna start on one floor at a time. Okay, and we're in the cafeteria. So far, no encounters of anything. Boarded, boarded, unboarded. I mean, that's definitely here. Like at the hospital. Ah! I've got the same picture now. But my picture doesn't contain a person. Interesting. Very interesting. Finish doing a light survey of the courtyard before I continue around and then go back inside and continue my exploration of the first floor. You know, the basement key might go to the cabin. Just thought about that. Hi. Yeah, I'm gonna go back inside now. Are you still there? Oh. Creepy. Cool. I hate that. Specifically for me, I hate that. Two, three. Oop. Medical records. Okay. Useful, useful. Oh boy. That's a lot of codes. Are Ghosts Real? In Search of the Truth of the Dead by Rebecca Bloomfield. What happens when a person dies? Does the soul leave the body and head towards the far-off light? These questions that mankind has been asking since the beginning of our existence, and yet there's still no concrete scientific explanation that can prove such things exist. But what if they're real? More importantly, what if the person has unfinished business here on the earthly plane? According to Nathaniel Anderson, the spiritual writer of Spirits of the Dead, the spirit world is very real and everyone is destined to go there after leaving their physical body. However, when people die with resentments in their heart, they are unable to pass through to the gates towards their designated realm. In the spirit world, this is due to things that they have affected while on Earth. Ghost and Spirit. Let's continue to the next page. So interesting. And we know that there's a ghost lady on the roof. Dr. Henry Johnson. I really hope I don't have to unlock all these cabinets. That would suck. No. No. I couldn't even tell there were lights on in here to begin with, so if you didn't do that, I would be fine. Huh? Wait, what? Are the lights back on? What? Oh, good God. Derek visits me every day. Sometimes he smuggles snacks that I like, knowing that I would never get them from the nurses. Other times he brings me flowers. They smell wonderful. He knows that I love the sense and sensibility. He reads me a chapter or two every time he's here. If he doesn't have to drive Charles for a few days, he stays past visiting hours and sleeps on the armchair, tending to my needs. During the night, he gives the nurses a break. He's a good kid. My hair is falling out. I really don't like the chemotherapy sessions. They make me throw up afterwards. Every time Derek visits, he pains me to see him holding back his tears. I want to comfort him, saying that I'll get better, but my appearance betrays me. Sometimes I wonder if my life had any meaning at all. Having mostly worked my whole life for the Roberts family, what will people say at my funeral? What will Derek think of me as a mother who was always there for him? I could have done so much more, if only there was more time. That's sad. There's a ghost here. Power is off. Well, that sucks, now don't it? Power's off, why is there lights? Well, it's the sun. It's not. It's not. You can't say that to me. Ghost on the roof. Okay. Exam. Medical records. Power's off. Well, that sure sucks then, don't it?
Hello again, Miss Roberts. How are you doing? What should we talk about today? The nurses have notified me that you haven't been eating your meals. Is there something wrong with the food? We know that currently this is a rough time for you. Your father has been asking for you. He wants to know if he can talk to you.
Miss Roberts? Trisha or Vivian?
Can somebody let Catherine know that I found her missing pin, and I placed it in one of our drawers in the lobby, if she's wondering if I found it in the basement storage. She used to take better care of things. Cool, so this place has a basement. Lovely. Oh boy. First name Wanda. $34. Oh wait. Raymond Brown. Looking for Bernard. Of course not. There's probably more to those, but I'm not gonna look through that right now. Apparently I need to find the basement. Oh, hey, look, drawers. Floor 2, 203, Trisha. $1946 or 1964. Okay, pin 9. 1964. What is the pin? It's like a maple leaf. Okay. I'll run back over to medical records real quick, where I found the note about it. I think. Who did this belong to? Somebody tell Catherine. Okay. 1964. We had lockers over here. Norma Jefferson was admitted. Susan has been sick 3 days in a row. Catherine calling in sick. It's unfortunate an 8-year-old Timothy Scott drowned. It was at the end of the hallway when I saw the young lady standing outside Dr. Johnson's office. It was 11:15 and visiting hours were over. I called out to her, she turned to me and promptly walked away. Couldn't be exactly sure, but I thought she looked drenched. I looked out of the window and it wasn't raining. That's cool. That's cool. Why we gotta be a horror game all of a sudden? Basement access this way. Ah, cool. Can't access the basement. Wait. Oh, it's bolted from behind. I'm sorry, what? Okay. Okay. Did the ghost taunt him as well? Okay, I didn't sign up for a horror game. I signed up for a murder mystery. Dying man's letter. These last few months have gave me time to reflect for quite some time. When one comes to an understanding that soon my body will be no more and I will return to the earth, the questions arise of the purpose we fragile beings have in this life. How my soul yearns for those joyful moments with loved ones when I was ignorant of such incomprehensible matters. Now I sit here, just waiting for death, knowing that I will never have a second chance. If only I could express that. If only I could express what I feel to my wife, my kids, people I once called friends. Maybe I can feel comfort. My body may be old to travel. But at least I can send something to them. The nurses helped me prepare a package to send. I'll send it personally. I'll see to it personally that it gets dropped off once my body feels better. The last effort. Harold S. Mason. Okay, that one's locked. Why is there milk in a cupboard? Dear Hannah, I heard from my mom that you're not feeling well and have to be in the hospital for now. So I wrote this letter to say that I'm really sorry for what I said to you last time. I just wanted our time capsule to be perfect. When you get better, you can put anything you want in our time capsule, and you can decide where it should be buried. I promise. I really hope you get well soon. I miss you. Please write back to me. P.S. You can pass your letter to my mom. She works in the hospital as a nurse. Nicole. Dear Nicole, I was so glad when I got your letter. I am sorry too. And I thank you for letting me choose where we bury our time capsule. The time capsule, I have a few ideas in mind, and I want you to pick one for me. Oh. Playground, hunting cabin, cemetery. Ugh. That's unfortunate. I don't like the implication. It's locked. This way's real dark. Good, some not so darkness. Ah, good. Huh? Oh, roof access. That's cool. A broken ledge. Someone could fall and die. Someone did. Locked. Locked. Stairs down. Locked. Oh, spooky boxes. Okay. Okay, that seems to be the majority of everything here for now. So we're gonna pop away from the haunted hospital. Oh. And we're gonna head back to the cabin. I really want to get access to this house. But I feel the best way to do that is going to be to figure out where Bernard lives so that I can get access to his house, because I think he has the key for that house. Okay. So what is next? So there's a good chance this won't even work. Never mind. This place isn't haunted though, right? The hospital is. The Hidden Truth. On Valentine's Day, Trisha gave some chocolate. I've never seen that brand before. I bet it must be expensive. I haven't finished making the music box. I had hoped that it would be her. Valentine's Day present. I'll just give it to her later. Hopefully she can forgive me. It's been quite some time since I last talked to Father Matthew. He's always asking how am I doing after Sunday service, but I tend to ignore him whenever possible. I know it's wrong. I need to find a way to make amends with him. The grass has been growing wild lately. The weeds are everywhere, and Andrew's not here. Actually, he hasn't been here for quite a while. I wonder what happened to him. I should visit him after work tomorrow. I was about to pick Andrew up for work when I found him lying unconscious on the floor. There was an empty bottle of sleeping pills on the table, and I immediately called an ambulance. According to the nurse, this is his third suicide attempt. She's glad that I saved him in time. An hour later, and he could have died. I don't know why Andrew would commit... What I do know is he must be lonely. He needs a friend. Oh. I visited Andrew in the hospital today. He was in and out of ER and is recovering quite well. While I was cutting through the fruits, he told me his story. In '72, there was a maid who came to work at the mansion. Her name was Sophia. She was a hardworking young lady with a great personality. She was loved by many. A few years into the job, however, she had an affair with Charles, and a child was born. When Vivian found out, she was furious and decided to kick her out of Payne's Creek for what had happened. After that, there was a tragedy. On the 26th of June, 75 at 11 p.m., Vivian, Dr. Johnson, and Andrew confronted Sophia. A fight broke out, and Sophia fell and hit her head on a nearby well. Ooh. She stopped moving. Dr. Johnson checked and realized she was dead. Her neck had broken. No one knew what to do. Vivian then asked Andrew to take care of the body and her baby. Andrew did what he had to do to protect Vivian. After that night, they vowed to never tell anyone about the incident. Before leaving, I asked Andrew what the baby's name was, and he said Vincent. As I left the hospital, I couldn't help but pity Andrew. He's lived a confusing life, and the struggle. So the lady on the roof of the hospital is Sophia. Okay, nothing else down here. Okay. Yeah, we already read that. That wasn't anything to read. Alright. It's been a bit, so I'm going to go ahead and just run this real quick, and I'm going to open a bag of chips. So.
Category 4 hurricane slamming into Florida's southwest coast this afternoon.
Firefighters are battling a devastating forest fire near Yosemite.
Explosions that rocked the Ukrainian capital.
An aftershock of,
Feed everybody as quick as you can. Don't tell me you're getting ready to do it a month later. Don't tell me you are waiting to do it until you have everything ready to do it. It has to be urgent. Food and water is now. We didn't have enough trays, we didn't have enough plates, we didn't have enough knives, we didn't have enough hand. But we began. Anything else will take too much time. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, today. We do it with locals.
We're not victims. We're just neighbors helping neighbors.
We overcome every obstacle, and if we cannot overcome the obstacle, we go around. Here we are, and we'll come back tomorrow and the day after until you are okay.
لكن رغم كل اللي شفته في الحرب وهدم بيتي وتشريدي إلا إني كمان بازدياد قادرة إني أساعد وأعطي الناس مش بس في وجبات الطبيخ تعبي وعرق جبيني إني مساعدة كمان إني أساهم وأساعد في الناس.
And that's what makes World Central Kitchen so special. We have to go.
Okay. Paints Creek Community Hospital. The code is Calvin's date of birth. Ah. Okay. By chance, did I get Calvin's date of birth? No. Which means I need to go back to the hospital. It's the first time I've eaten all day, so I apologize. Calvin. Calvin. Where do I get Calvin's date of birth then? Oh boy. Hmm. Bear, or money, clock, logbook. There's a private investigator in the town by the name of Steve Moss. Rumor has it someone hired him to investigate Vivian's death. After the police ceased their own search, it's a tragedy that Vivian's murder case was never solved. I saw Matthew today. He was cleaning the church. He looked thinner than he used to be. We talked for a bit and he told me he'd be leaving Paynes Creek soon, as the service won't be needed. I think the recent death in Payne Creek affected him tremendously, not to mention the tragedy that befalls his adopted son. Even now, he knows what really happened. None of the case was ever solved. Sometimes I wonder if Scott did kill Vivian, or was it just an unfortunate, wrongly accused. Mr. Bosca came by today and decided to question me, see if I knew anything about anything he hadn't already learned. I told him everything I legally could. When asked how his investigation went, he said something about an incident that happened in '75, which might just be a breakthrough. As he left, I couldn't help but wonder if it had anything to do with the mansion maid who left Paynes Creek. Okay. Go through a couple messages here real quick. How are these numbered? 17, 15, 23, 25. No. I have some keys. Well, I have one key. Oh. Is this Bernard's house? I can only hear a lion every time one of these doors opens. Right? It's not just me, right? Right? Oh. Okay, that's not good. That might explain, not necessarily that Bernard had anything to do with it, but that might explain what happened to, Moss. Was well known for her success in the businesswoman in the 20th century. Okay. Well, we know he was left-handed. So what does that tell us about him? Not much, actually. Not much at all. Bernard! Okay, well that confirms that this is his house. Oh boy, 2 weeks ago Scott came to me and asked about Sophia. I was surprised he knew about someone who used to work there 20 years ago. I told him that she was once a maid that worked here, but after a few years she decided to leave the village. Today I commented about the conversation to Vivian. She asked if Scott had said or asked anything else since, and I could see she felt uneasy. She told me to keep an eye on him. I found all this very unsettling. Derek doesn't seem too willing to drive for Vivian. I don't think a 5-day trip is that long. Charles often had trips longer than that. Derek never seemed to mind them. Now that I think about it, Derek is unusually quiet. When Vivian is around, he doesn't even look at her. It's like he's avoiding her. I wonder why. I've noticed Vivian has been getting increasingly paranoid whenever she sees Scott, to the point she's being upset at his presence. She asked Charles to have someone replace Scott, but Charles kept him. He likes the boy. Maybe those hunting trips have really bonded them. It's Dad's death anniversary today. Okay. March 2nd, 94. It's already been 2 decades. I visited his grave in the morning. 2 decades. So 74? 3274? As I sat there talking, I wondered if they could hear me. Will I just spend the rest of my life servicing Charles and Vivian until I die? What will people remember me for? I saw Scott and Trisha today. They looked happy. I almost envy them. I think my chance at ever having a relationship with someone is over. What would my life be if I had accepted Angela? I don't think we would have been happy. She wasn't my type anyhow. Who is? I don't know who. So, we're going 3274. Nope. Well, I tried. AOL password. Study room locked. Subtract the yellow dart. Subtract the yellow darts from the red darts total. What? Well, there's one dart, and I don't see any other darts. So I assume for that one we have to go back to the inn. Oh, there's no dartboard here. So let's run back to the inn. A lot of back and forth here. Okay. So. Single scores. Any dart landing in a non-ringed area. So what? That would be... I don't know. Any dart landing in a non-ringed area scores the number shown on the outside of that segment. Okay, so we have 18 and 8. Which would be what, 26? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, we'll have to come back to that one, I think. I'll have to think that one over. It's already been unlocked. Okay. Henry Johnson. Oh, I wonder if Calvin's dead. That sounded real messed up. Well, I don't have a key for that. Oh, Trisha. What happened to Trisha? Jonathan Hopkins? Oh, Calvin. But wait, who's this? Okay. So... that sounds like a smoke bomb. 10/24/1902. Then 24/1902. Okay, let's head straight to the church. Because we now know which lockbox that needs. Or needs that. Okay. 10/24/1902. Ten. $24. 92. Oh boy. 10/24/92. Hmm. Oh, 2, not 9-2. Dear Father Calvin, this is a letter about things that I have witnessed during my stay in Paynes Creek. While in service to Miss Magdalene Roberts, I have no one to confide in, and I dare not speak to you in public, hence this letter. I accompanied Roberts to Paynes Creek on July 4th of 75 to visit her son Charles. It was rumored that Vivian had a nervous breakdown following her own delivery of Trisha. Okay. That she had to stay in PCH for rehabilitation for several months. During this time period, Charles was all alone. He found comfort in the housemaid by the name of Sophia. They had an affair and a boy was born. 2 days after arriving, we were informed that Sophia, along with her child, had left Paynes Creek. Where she could have gone off to was a mystery for all of us. I assume most of us believed in the story, including myself. However, Miss Roberts refused to believe that Sophia would leave. When she would have been accepted into the Roberts family, the boy that she bore for the Charles would have been guaranteed. Miss Roberts initiated a search for Sophia. With our driver, Patrick, and myself, it lasted less than 2 months before she passed. What I want to confess in this letter is not about Sophia, though. I was initiated by her disappearance. It's about Miss Roberts' ultimate death. You see, Miss Roberts had a heart condition, and it had been affecting her for a while. However, her medication had always kept her stable. Her prescription was still the same. During her visit to Paynes Creek, yet another condition deteriorated the family doctor. Henry Johnson confirmed that her search for Sophia had taken a toll on her health. All she needed was rest as much as she could, and she would be fine. I know that despite the doctor's advice, Miss Roberts did not stop the search. Did that create stress on her? Yes, but it shouldn't have killed her. According to the physician attending Miss Roberts back home, no, definitely not. Within such a short time span, if she had taken her medicine, her body was never autopsied. Her son Charles wanted her body untouched and buried properly. As Patrick and I were packing to leave for home, I couldn't help but wonder, who could have wanted Miss Roberts dead? Is there a connection between the affair, Charles, and the housemaid's disappearance of Sophia, and her child, the death of Miss Roberts? So the doctor was there when Sophia was killed, which seemingly might have been on accident, at least not overly intentionally. But of course the doctor was there, and he's not going to want to own up to that. I would like to say whom I might suspect, yet I am in no such position, and I am afraid that I might name the wrong person. As I write the letter, I hope you can understand what I'm trying to convey. I pray that the truth will be revealed as God permits it. Sincerely, Sylvia Eden. I can. I don't think there's anything in here. Why doesn't it have a little look? This rock is odd. Okay. Well, we know what we need a shovel. As for how we get it, I don't know. I know where it's at. Sorry guys, just a second. Okay. Let's head back to Bernard's. I don't have any keys. Hmm. Hmm? Score 60 points. So we've got 60 and 40, which is 100. $106, I'm guessing, because there's like a little black speck there. What? Subtract the yellow darts points from the red darts. Oh, points. Okay, so I need to take their points. So we're gonna say 106 minus 9. $97? That makes even less sense. What? What am I not understanding? Subtract the yellow darts points from the red darts total. from the red darts. Total. No, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay. I don't think I have any of Sophia's information, but I feel like if I did, that would be the way into I feel like that's something. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. So... Okay. I'm gonna run the thing again. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and be right back. So.
Category 4 hurricane slamming into Florida's southwest coast this afternoon.
Firefighters are battling a devastating forest fire near Yosemite.
Explosions that rocked the Ukrainian capital.
An aftershock of,
Feed everybody as quick as you can. Don't tell me you're getting ready to do it a month later. Don't tell me you are waiting to do it until you have everything ready to do it. It has to be urgent. Food and water is now. We didn't have enough trays, we didn't have enough plates, we didn't have enough knives, we didn't have enough hands. But we began. Anything else will take too much time. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, today. We do it with locals.
We're not victims. We're just neighbors helping neighbors.
We overcome every obstacle, and if we cannot overcome the obstacle, we go around. Here we are, and we'll come back tomorrow and the day after until you are okay.
لكن رغم كل اللي شفته في الحرب وهدم بيتي وتشريدي إلا إني كمان بازدياد قادرة إني أساعد وأعطي الناس، مش بس في وجبات الطبيخ، تعبي وعرق جبيني إني مساعدة كمان إني أساهم وأساعد في الناس.
And that's what makes Central Kitchen so special. We have to go.
Okay, so we're into the drawer, at least. So yeah, it was adding and subtracting everything. Anyway, when the police reported that Vivian was murdered, I was floored. I still don't know what to do. My mind is a blank. All I can think is, how did it happen? How can Vivian be dead? Everyone's mourning about Vivian's death. People are coming or calling in to express their condolences. Charles hasn't been out of his room for days, and Trisha's crying her heart out. Dorothy's been assigning busy work to all the mansion employees, hoping it would take their minds off of Vivian's death. Samuel, our security guard, has been reviewing all the tapes of the past 2 weeks for any suspicious activity. I wish I could be of any help. There's a bag in the way now. Scott was just apprehended for the murder of Vivian. Is it true? No one would have thought of that. I could never even ever believe that Scott would be capable of killing someone, let alone Vivian. Yet it makes me so mad. I feel so confused. Trisha was admitted to the hospital today. She had a nervous breakdown after finding out that Scott could be her mother's killer. Her condition has been getting worse in the past few weeks, and no one has been able to properly help her. Charles finally decided to seek help from the hospital. Matthew never believed his son killed Vivian. He hired some fancy lawyer to defend him. Scotty's been released on bail today. It's beyond ridiculous. I don't think Scott should have been released at all. Despite the insufficient evidence, he killed Vivian. I know that he's guilty. Everyone knows it. They should have gone ahead and prosecuted. The maids are cleaning the mansion. When they found some stuff belonging to Vivian and the key to the stationery, I asked Charles what he'd like to do with it, but he told me to take care of it myself. I brought it back to my place. Vivian's death has caused lots of grief to everyone, especially Charles. After how heartbroken Charles was 2 nights ago, I can't hear him suffer anymore. Scott should pay for what he did. Oh no. Oh no. I got a desk key? Where have I seen a desk that needs to be unlocked? The mansion would make sense. Okay. We're gonna go check the mansion for a desk that needs a key. Maybe in the tea room? I don't remember if there was anything locked in here. Mm. Although we live in the same house, Charles and I hardly speak to each other. I know he's been feeling guilty ever since his affair, but that was 20 years ago. It's high time I forgive him out loud. Next, I need to work on things with Trisha. I've been objecting her relationship with Scott for quite some time. In doing so, Trisha has been avoiding me. I haven't been a good mother, but I want to be there whenever she needs me. I just want things to go back to the way they were. The agency has arranged for a new guy to help me. His name is Owen Smith. A quiet young man he has accomplished during for what he's accomplished during our meeting. Owen asked me many things as if he were interviewing me. The brief introduction turned out to be hours long. However, by the end of it, he said he was everything. He said he has everything he needed and will get things moving right away. I have a good feeling about him. Owen called to meet me today. He had papers ready for me to sign. He said that the location exhibition has been approved and all we need is a down payment. That's great. I signed the papers almost immediately. After that, I informed the accountant, Helen, to transfer money from Robert's relief funds into the hospital. Won't be needing it for a while. Owen's been a great help since we brought up the idea of the art gallery and the public, and I'm not sure things could have gone so quickly if it hadn't been for some other agent. The art gallery will open in 3 months, and I'm excited. We have received most of the artwork from the contributors and artists. All I need is to ask Charles if he's willing to donate some of the paintings. If the exhibition succeeds, it would be good for us in Paynes Creek. Oh. Okay. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about this in here. Hmm. Good. What would the desk code be? Four letters. No, four right, 6 left, 3 right. Huh? What? I apologize. What does that even mean? Huh. I don't know. We'll come back. We'll come back. Okay. Okay, just making note of that. Now, who owns this house? I don't know. Because I don't have any keys. I thought the key for this place would have been in Bernard's, and it wasn't. I still need a shovel. which is in the photo lab, which I cannot access without getting the spare key from Miss Pattinson's. I don't have any keys that I'm aware of or knowledge of something I could do at the hospital. Okay. Did I miss anything in here, maybe? Oh, what time is it? What is that? Hmm. Hmm. Musical boxes and wall clocks. Wall clocks? Maybe I missed something. Maybe I missed something in the mansion. I'll go back to the mansion. We'll see. We'll go from there. Like, just maybe I didn't see a wall clock. Okay. Wall clock. Wall clock. I don't know why it keeps cutting me out. Wall? Nope. Got Dorito stuck in my teeth. Still not seeing any. Ooh. Hmm. Okay. Where have I seen another clock? Prominent clock, not just like one of the desk clocks. Oh, excuse me. Where was tea time is 3:20 on the dot. That's the tea room, right? Yes. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh. Hey! Oh. Okay, June 18th. Dear Vivian, I'm writing to you as your doctor, but as a friend. I know you had your suspicions about Charles. Now that his affair is revealed, there is no point beating around the bush. If you want to protect yourself and Trisha, there is only one way. You have to make Sophia and the baby leave Charles. They need to be moved away from Payne's Creek. You will, of course, have to compensate for her leaving. As for Charles, he will need to know that having this affair publicly will destroy his political status. People are not as forgiving when the mayor they trust is involved in such a scandal. I figure Charles will try to add the child into the family registry. I would do the same if I were him. It is a boy, after all, and the child will be able to continue the family line. If that should happen, I cannot imagine what will happen to you. There's now a gnat in here. I've given careful thought to your request, and here is my answer. I have provided a prescription for the mother-in-law, Macmillan. It is 3 times the strength of her usual dosage. Detailed instructions will be sent with the medicine. Should you decide to do it, you will need to administer the medicine carefully so no one suspects anything. Call me if you have questions. Well, that's fantastic. That still doesn't give me any keys, codes to anything else. Ooh. Okay, well, we need to exit the mansion in order to save. I don't know. I don't know, but I want to get in there. I wouldn't be surprised if the code to this is up in that box that I don't have a key for. I've got this. Too bad the hospital power's off. Suppose I could head back to the hospital. See if I can get the power on. I gotta be honest, I feel this is the type of game that would benefit from a fast travel. Because I don't always need to pass through the main town. Okay. So in order for us to get the power back on, we need to get to the basement. '43 Silver Lake Boulevard. Ah. Okay. We're just gonna go straight there. 43. Which one's Silver Lake? Okay. It's the one that the church is on. Oh. Glad this is here for no reason. 30. 34, 39. 43. Okay. Can't interact with that. Okay, fan is unplugged. VHS tapes. Nothing in there. Okay. How about the kitchen? So far, nothing. Still nothing. Glass jars. Trash. Okay, what about the upstairs? When cycling, Scott said he can ride faster than me. Of course, that isn't true, so we had a competition, and Trisha was our referee. We set the goal line to be the fence in the front of the river, and I was winning until we almost reached the finish line. I braked to prevent myself from crashing into the fence, but Scott didn't brake. He pedaled harder, approached the goal, and I yelled at him to stop, but he didn't listen. By the time he crossed the line, it was too late. The brakes didn't stop him in time, and the bike hit the fence, and he launched into the air. I ran back to him. There was blood coming from his head, scratches all over his arms and legs. Trisha came up to him and tended to his wounds. She seemed to be sobbing, even though Scott was the one bleeding. While cleaning the garage, Charles approached and asked if I would like to be his chauffeur. He said his current driver wants to spend more time with his grandchildren and is planning to retire. It's a good opportunity. I'd get a raise in salary, travel around the country. I think I should say yes. Make our very own time capsule before I start my new job. I thought it was a good idea we buried the box near the big stone in the cemetery. Before leaving, we made a promise to each other. I had a chance to walk around New York today. Went to a bookstore and I remembered so much of Trisha's notebooks. Didn't expect to be traveling this much as a driver. On one hand, I miss my mom. On the other hand, I get to stay in nice hotels. We went hunting near the river. According to Scott, there's a nest in the drain hole that sometimes has eggs. I told him it might be dangerous. He assured it's fine, so we went. Sure enough, there were eggs. Didn't know what the eggs were. Decided to stay a little further away. Scott started collecting them while I noticed something moving. Trisha was able to shout out that it was a snake, and I stood there, frozen. Placed the bag of eggs on the floor with his left hand. When he reached me, he grabbed my arm and said, "Run." We all ran. I miss the old days when it was Trisha, Scott, and myself hunting back in the woods. It's not that I don't appreciate what Charles has given us, such the house we live, our jobs. I just miss the times when we were young, carefree, could go and do anything we wanted. Nothing could stop us. Okay, so that's Derek's journal. Trisha visited me again ever since Scott was fired and was told not to see Trisha anymore. She's been visiting me quite often. Not only is she angry at Vivian, I was trying to read Virginia, and just the letters aren't there for that. She's also annoyed with Scott, saying that Scott is avoiding her. I visited my mom today. Her cancer's relapsed. After her tumor disappeared 2 years ago, no one expected it to return again, especially this quickly. Upon leaving, I saw Scott talking with Dr. Johnson. They look serious. I wonder if Scott found a new job after being fired. Dr. Johnson's body was found near Cherry Creek Lake today. The police came and interviewed Vivian. Apparently, she was seen with Dr. Johnson a lot. Oh, Vivian was heard with her voice raised at the police during the interview. Tricia got frightened and locked herself in a room. I don't know what's going on. The police came to my house to interview me again about the death of Dr. Johnson. I'm so tired of all that's happened recently. Scott came back with Father Matthew today. Their lawyer came too. Reporters were waiting in the church asking why they would allow a killer back into Paynes Creek. Tricia came back from the hospital, was desperate to see Scott. When Charles stopped her. Bernard, oh God. When Charles and Bernard stopped her, she broke down in tears. What can I do? Derek turned 4 today. Vivian organized a small party for him. I really appreciate that. After blowing out the candles, I asked him what he wished for. He said, I wish to see Papa. I didn't know what to say. Couldn't tell him that his father left us. Vivian's being hospitalized for mental instability. Dorothy's asked me to care for Vivian while she remains at the hospital. Wonder how Vivian must be feeling right now. I just can't stand Sophia. She's not that pretty. Just barely a year working here and the others already serving her hand and foot. She's just here to take advantage of Roberts. I don't trust her. I wish she'd just disappear. Cool. Another thing that needs a tool that I don't have or know where to find. Okay. I think now is a good time to just call it here for this one. I'm running in circles. I'm getting a bit of pain from the hat and the headphones because my hair is bad and need a haircut. We'll try and stream next weekend if we can. I'm going to try and do at least 2 more streams before the end of the year. Participating in Thankmas still. So, again, all the links are down below if you want to support or get someone else involved, share the links, donate, whatever. It's for a good cause, World Central Kitchen, making sure those affected by disaster have a meal, are able to eat, not having to worry about that, especially after being afflicted by such disaster, and especially during this time of the year. No one should have to worry about that. So, like I said, I'm going to call this one here. Still working on things in the background. Changes may or may not be happening soon. We'll see. But yeah. Bear with me for the rest of December. Videos they'll be there. But until next time, thank you everybody so much for joining me today. Hope you had some fun. This was not the initial intent. I just happened to have this game. Yeah. Hopefully this button works. See you next time.